Okay, we're here. We're here. Some last minute scrambling. Still trying to figure out some of the parameters for words. Making sure that the mouth tracking is actually working. Like sounds don't line up properly. 2. Oh well, now it's doing it. Now that I mention it, of course. Oh, anyhow, welcome everybody. We are going to be continuing our playthrough of The Great Ace Attorney today. Last we left off, we had just gotten done interviewing the mad scientist who's accused of murder, as opposed to it being accidental. There was an explosion during his experiment exhibition that killed the person that loaned him money for the purposes of the experiment. So that's definitely going to come up as a motivation for doing it. Is that supposedly he did it on purpose. From the sounds of it, this was a completely unproven theory that they built what seemed to be an incredibly dangerous machine for. So it's not surprising that the test subject was exploded. Should have tested it on anything, casemate. The fact that the machine overloaded and exploded pretty much immediately tells you that they never even turned it on. So one must wonder. Beverage. Okay, quick tat check. Then we'll pop in. We do have Ember, top center there. And then we have, I believe that's Mason up in the cat tree. I also think we can see Sherbet in the little house. Let's zoom in. Doopy-doo. Yep, Sherbet's in the little tree. Yeah, definitely going to have to fiddle with those parameters a little bit more. Mouth sensitivity is still off. It mostly works. Mostly. Let's see. Live debugging. This. I think that'll do a little better. A little bit better. We'll see. We'll see. But good enough for now. Good enough for now. But yeah, the two siblings up there in the tree. We just had one go to the other tree here. Yep, there's Sky. Clearly it's bath time. curtain isn't as closed as I normally make it. So I think that will ultimately depend, Casemate, on whether his initial statement on essentially rendering them into particles actually happened, or if it just exploded. If it just exploded, then, especially given the machine and the fact that he was in a metal cage, I kind of expect that giblets would have been involved. That's not a body. That's clearly jam. Perhaps strawberry preserves. You know, chunky jam. Everybody likes some gristle in their jam. It's not a proper preserve unless you have to really put your teeth into it. But anyway, let's hop on in. Yep, that's the I think it's jam that is the one that, while it's not preserves, while it's not like fully recognizable bits of fruit, it does seem like that has more bits. Whereas jelly is just bad. Not a fan of jellies. It's like thick jello, you know? I just don't approve. Let's see. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I've felt myself swooning 3 times. Swooning. You know, I haven't had marmalade. But lemon is a flavor I do like. Not so much lime. Lime isn't bad in pie form. But lemon is also very good in pie form and just in general. I wouldn't set out to eat a raw lemon, but I'm fond of the flavor. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too, to go along with Ryunosuke's almost swooned 3 times. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Hey, it's Gina. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, and you know it. Okay, so the cage is gone from the machine there. And we can see that the frame has some chunks out of it and is all warped. Even less aware of what that is. Huh. So what, it's like a thick pudding? Wait, I know those voices. It is interesting. We're actually getting to see that animation from the side here. Interesting. We can really see him, like, trying to render those chips into paste there. Somehow, I wonder what's happening to the fish as well. Though it might just be that he's got them all, like, in a cup up by his hands. That whole lower part could be empty. I prefer the idea that he is creating some sort of fish and potato goo in the bottom of it there. Real quickly. That might work a little better. I feel it necessary to fiddle with this. It's bothering me. I'm using a different intermediary software because you can fiddle with it more. But it's resulting in some differences here. That may work a little better. Yeah. Okay, excessive experimentation. Definitely done. Totally. But this is... So, back to the topic at hand. At hand. That's an animation that we've seen out of the inspector there before, but I've never seen it from this side. It's another advantage of the 3D models. Yeah, I'm slowly getting the hang of V-Bridger. I've been messing with it. I think this will work. So the one I was using is very lightweight as far as processing is concerned, which is a good thing. But this one seems to be at least as good for tracking, if not, like, better. And it allows you to work with, to change the curves of the input values. So instead of them being linear, you can give them like a, exponential curve, that kind of thing. Increasing, decreasing, you can give it kind of a, like for the mouth open that I was messing with here, I was able to smooth the value a little bit, but additionally I made the mouth opening is a little faster, and then it goes linear. That way I don't have to worry as much. The eyes open I capped, because I just changed it so I can force the narrow pupils. But I made it so that they are... It accelerates to open very quickly. Or at least it stays at open much more easily. So there's less chance of an intermediary state, which prevents some of the eye flicker that I had been getting. It's still possible. Like, if I lean back, that can still happen. But that's something I can just tweak further later. Definitely later. We'll see, though. We'll see. Let's see, that's Gina Lestrade. The inspector's name is escaping me suddenly. But anyway. Got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yoo-hoo! Great. Okay, Gregson. Uh, Yoo-hoo, Gregsy, what are you doing up there? Oh dear. So if you recall, the sci-fi ray gun on top of the machine was supposed to be aiming at the tower, and that it was going to beam him in there, like disassemble him, beam him over, and reassemble him. So either the corresponding machine over there exploded once it was activated as well, the capsule was propelled, or the particles that he was rendered into switched it from a teleporter into a Star Wars blaster weapon. Because we can even see, not only is the glass on the crystal tower shattered there, the metal framework over the glass was shattered. Like, chunks were blown out of it. So I'm really curious to find out what went down with that explosion. This is gonna be good. Fingers crossed for some sort of, like, cartoon scorched silhouette on a surface on the inside. It's you. Here. You're here. Here you are. Your ladyship. If you recall, Gregson bows and scrapes to her because she writes the novels that have given him a lot of popularity in the populace. And her opinions in the novels are based on the fact that Sholmes likes him, or has said nice things about him. So if he upsets either of them heavily, especially her, he's worried that they can end his career. So, especially with her, he treats her like royalty. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I recall that being a phrase from something. I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once. Your ladyship. You'll be flying high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. I love that little that little bounce he does when he's talking to her. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Oh, that's right. He conspired with the criminal in the prior case to hide evidence in exchange for him assisting the witness during testimony. Like, telling him secret information about the crime scene so that he could spin an alibi. So that he would go free. So that with that help, he would give some special evidence to Gregson that was related to another case. A very secret, like espionage-related case. And that came out during the trial. So that's probably why he was suspended from duty. Because, you know, definitely he wouldn't be charged with the really terrible things he did in the trial. Instead, it's just like, okay, you go sit in the corner for a little bit. Because we don't even know if he wasn't paid during that period. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Definitely not Sherlock. Do you want to get us sued? And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, Sunshine. I'm sorry. What gives, then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate. Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Measly 5 bob, is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naraoto. She just picked his pockets. Hey, it's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. Is Gina Lestrade a pickpocket or diver, born and bred in the East End of London? In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver, pickpocket, what's with all the name-calling? Want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. It ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. Well, that is a change. You'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold down the fort down here, all right? Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, huh? That does sound like something. Is it? Tell me, Internet. It is. What does the G stand for in his name? Ah. Okay. So it seems like. Here we go. Okay. Inspector Lestrade in the Sherlock Holmes books is Inspector Greg Lestrade. So in this we have Inspector Gregson and Inspector Gina Lestrade. So Gina Lestrade is very close to the patterning, G. Lestrade, which seems like that's how it's referred to often. Okay, and let's see if we can. Okay, and then there's a character, Captain Thomas Gregson. Oh, there's Captain Thomas Gregson, I think, is a different thing. But there is a Tobias Gregson in the stories that is a rival of Lestrade. Ah, neat. Can't recall who it was, but one of the folks that came in relatively recently had been reading the Sherlock Holmes series, the Conan Doyle Arthur Conan Doyle actual books that this riffs on, the Sherlock Holmes stories, and we're seeing more and more connections with that. So Tobias Gregson and Gina Lestrade instead of Greg Lestrade. Very interesting, very interesting. And that's in addition to some of the case names being close matches too. About a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise, then. Nothing serious. Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had a go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny, and made her a sort of apprentice. Was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. Great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Runo, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, yet here she is still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Corey, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry, Odo. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Core, it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. I mean, she has the same marker of success that I do. It's just not a good experimental demonstration if you don't get an explosion. Really doesn't matter what it is, you just have to cap it off with an explosion. Sorry. You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? I mean, they definitely mean something's happening. No, you're getting a result. Gotta make sure you set the bar properly, so that when that kind of thing happens, you can say, oh, well, that was an expected possibility. You know, I've made this sort of teleporter thing. Or a railgun. Either way. Either you will be safely teleported to that building, or you'll get there very, very fast. Yeah, of course, the boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to. Yeah, I mean, the important part is that you get there. Nobody said anything about how intact you were once you arrive. Again, you got to properly set the bar. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start? No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right, well, it was a success, in a way. It was? How can it have been? Here we go. Let's find out. How did this experiment go down? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. Sorta. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. Where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there. I feel like my railgun theory is looking better. What? In the tower? Especially given the entry hole. You can see it for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever, and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kinda work, didn't it? Kinda. I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Science! I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you. So fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Forcible exchange. Yeah, so there's a lighter framework in front, and then a heavier framework behind, with the ray gun pointed up. Now the question is, where is the impact? Because if we knew where the impact site was, we could tell whether we could get a better idea of whether it beaming him is plausible versus my preferred theory of it rapidly propelling him through glass. Everything's cooler when you get a bunch of confetti at the end. The composition of the confetti can be variable, of course. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us. Naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right. That. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call him again? The Forensic Investigation Team? I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, isn't it? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I'd never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet, though, but the boss caught me at it. Probably heard him giving me an earful about it before. From down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto? Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Runo? Gregsy will listen to us. Be right back in a moment here. Sorry about that, folks. Hopping back in here. Looks as though somebody dropped something behind that tree just here. Dropped or hid. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. Could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. Got kind of a crossbow look to it, doesn't it? Yeah. So we have the arms here, what looks like a release catch, a crank for it. Reminds me it was originally called the Slingshot Channel, but the channel's name is now more in line. I think it was more, it's like Jorg Spec or something like that. Like he kicked off with a bunch of slingshot-like devices, taking slingshots to ridiculous levels. Largely, frequently with statements like, here this is considered a toy. You definitely can't have a gun here without a lot of paperwork, but this is considered a toy, so feel free. And he would do things like build slingshots that can punch through like a car door, that kind of thing. Similar devices, but one of the things he made, he referred to as Instant Legolas, which was a rapid-firing armless crossbow. Like it was still rubber band powered inside of it. Therein lies the question, casemate. If this were like a crossbow, then what you would expect is the arms would fold out and maybe be held in place by whatever mechanism rotated the gears. And then you could have the cord inside of it could be pulled back with a crank. So you might have like an interior cord running along a track on the edge, which was how the device that I'm referring to operated. Is you essentially had a slot that the bolts loaded into, and then when it fired, there was essentially like a little carriage inside a track and a little push bar inside of it to drive the bolt forward. This is just speculation, though. It is a strange-looking device. Yeah, in that scenario, you'd have to have the crank pulling on something that created tension against, like, the gear work. So maybe there is some sort of, like, spring sort of mechanism inside of it that wants to push the arms back out by, like, pulling back on the gears. So maybe the crank would compress whatever spring mechanism is towards the front, and then when it fired back, it would essentially pull the arms out and forward and launch something along there. Alternately, it would have to be, like I was saying, some sort of like locking mechanism on the gears so that the arms could be spread out once you wanted to use it. And then the crank would operate like a traditional crossbow, just with the cord running inside of it instead of like above it. For the spring load like mechanism, what was it? I don't know if it was ever a real device, but in the Discworld novels, they had the concept of essentially a spring-loaded tube with a catch on it, so that it would be whatever was loaded into it. And like flipping the switch or pulling the trigger would release the projectile from the spring tension. So it was a like a really crude firearm. So instead of like gunpowder, it was spring tension. Like a very tiny, even harder to load crossbow. It'll be interesting to figure out what that is, because it's really like, it's really present, let's say, and it's beneath the scaffolding where the impact supposedly was. Perhaps it could have fallen from that platform. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Let's just take something from the crime scene. They won't miss it. Right into the pockets. Very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. Almost as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Would be another thing. So if it is some sort of like crossbow-like mechanism, then I wonder if it was used to damage the device as it was firing up. That's another thing. It could be a... I mean, it would be really gratuitous for it to be like a like an ascension device. Like maybe the crank would pull you up, but if it's an ascension device, you'd expect that the arms would be like hooks. So why the crank then? Yeah. I'm betting crossbow-like device. Oh look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It's extremely durable. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe this means it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn. Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and all made of all that glass. Can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. The repair work that would have to go into that mess. Because there's no real obvious, like, panes of glass in this thing. Which means, like, much larger sheets seem to have been broken, kind of thing. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. Okay, I can see the art gallery and the museum, but the zoo has got to be a hassle in there. I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. Thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. I mean... okay. Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to get up in a balloon now. A lot of 3-hour queues here. Londoners must be very patient people. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up. About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Oh yeah, sorry, it's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Runo. It's time you got used to our measurements. Yes, well, the thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else. They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be very disappointed. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. First time we've had a tilt up. Yeah, okay, I guess that could be panes of glass. Like, separate ones, but it's this part right here. Because this is glass as well. That makes it look like at least this whole segment is a pane of glass. At least you wouldn't think it would be a very old saying. Though I'm not aware if there is a Japanese parallel to lighthouses that is old. That's where the Cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Dunno, really. Didn't you help erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Really looks like a sort of crossbow. Like, this track right here. Yeah. You can see there's a cord that runs from here up over and there. Now, why it's positioned that way? Maybe there's meant to be like a little notch there. But that is definitely like a trigger. I can't see any sort of stock. Oh, maybe this folds back. This whole part right here. Like that's a hinge. Some sort of lever here. Oh, dang. Collapsible. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. I mean... I would think they'd be familiar with crossbows. I don't know if that ever came over. I know China definitely had them for a while. Yeah, I don't see how this part would collapse very easily. Like the trigger mechanism in these popped down. So I don't see the mechanism for those going in there and still being functional, but yeah, it just looks like a crossbow. Let's look a little closer. See if I missed anything and it's... Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Probably not. Um, I mean, crossbows are really effective, but power over range, I don't know. I mean, the mechanical aspect to it, and assuming those are metal limbs, could make it have a great deal of power. But you can definitely put a lot of power into a manual draw bow if you're strong enough, you know? Really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibit grounds. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right, it's sort of a bow with an automatic firing mechanism. Which would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyoto archery training. Kyudo? Kyudo? Kyudo. Can't find anything out of place. It's like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Very much Sholmes' methods there. Been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny round blobs floating in the sky? Well, they're flying balloons. They're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much. I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. Creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth. What? I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the Great Exhibition. This is it, Iris. It's happening. It's not, don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, Bruno. Pat on head. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too. I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. Stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Okay, we can see some damage here. I guess this might be the mechanism that would, like, raise or lower it. Since there's also the chain here. I don't see how it would operate like that, since it looks like it's just, like, hard tethered, you know? Or would have been. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share. A true connoisseur of the explosive arts, you know? Five out of 10 would not explode again. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. He's not wrong. At least one of the very essences. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo. Hopefully it wouldn't happen when he was present there, given that he lives upstairs. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. See? The game gets it. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Now look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. Ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed, not blasted. That's the point. I mean, yeah, it was supposed to be beamed, but it really does look like blasted. Like, all the evidence points to blasted. Especially when we remember they didn't test this. Like, this was the trial run the first time they built the machine and had it ready. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull... Stop! Don't touch that! That was practically instantaneous kinesis, the way you flew over just now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. Oh, sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Gregson slams the teacup. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. Just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. We should be allowed to examine the scene. Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty. I've heard that, but I mean, you know, driving me up the wall, driving me crazy kind of thing. I just don't know the reference. Yes, that Special Dispensation. Professor mentioned that too. So it was, if that act is in play, then the machine remains confidential, essentially. If it ends up being that it was a murder, though, it becomes evidence, and they can crawl all over it and analyze it. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh? Surely that's all right, isn't it, Gregsy? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Root? She really knows how to get what she wants. Using high-voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body. I mean, that concept, disassembling a body using high voltage, not too far out of the question if you get enough of it. You know, especially if you surrounded them with little electrodes like that and were cranking out the lightning bolts, you could probably disassemble a person real good. I mean, the putting them back together part is the science fiction. I mean, again, the railgun concept. You could get them there almost instantaneously. You could have them disassembled in the process. Just, the landing would be rough. Then beam them across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments, planned for the exhibition, mind. Oh, that is true. It wouldn't be a rough landing. Or at least, the results wouldn't be very coarse at all, would they? I mean, the metal container would probably make a very different sound. You'd have a loud clang and sort of a very liquidy splat. Probably in that order. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. Who cares if a bunch of bystanders get liquefied? It's a small price to pay for scientific progress. Sometimes you've got to liquefy a few eggs and spread them across the scenery in order to, make an omelet. A really big, thin omelet. I mean, some people like ketchup on their omelets. Perhaps some hot sauce. I'm not fond of omelets in general. They can be the first to develop some new technology. It makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. I suppose that's true, in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? Oh, that's a very serious face she's making all of a sudden. They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. I don't mind spice, a lot of black pepper or a little bit of red pepper, ground variants. Cayenne pepper, ground cayenne, I don't mind. Once you get into the red pepper, there's a much quicker threshold to approach. But I don't mind that. Sometimes it's something I've added to, like, spaghetti. But I don't like the flavor of, like, Tabasco sauce or a lot of these hot sauces. And flavor is important. That's why I tend to go for the black pepper. Red pepper doesn't convey a lot. The cayenne pepper doesn't convey a lot of taste. Not familiar with Cholula. I assume that's how it's pronounced, but, there could be all kinds of accents that I don't see. I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. He's clearly one of those people tasked that is absolutely disgusting to be around because they have a metabolism like a blast furnace, Because at the pace that he eats those, he must be a substantial percent potato and fish most of the time. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flamin' thing with it. Poor Gregsy, he's very head up, isn't he? Haven't heard het, H-E-T before. Internet. Also, hello, Tass, how you doing? I mean, maybe they're using some process that isn't deep frying. Because that newspaper that he's got there is surprisingly undampened. So at least it's not greasy. Perhaps it's, air fried. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Put forward by shammers like yourself. Set up some self groomers for the cats on some of the camera posts here. Twofold is to see if they like it, and that it is something that they can use, but additionally near some of the camera points so that we might see them more. We'll have to see if they notice them and then like them. Let's do a cat check with Rabbit. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's a double. Oh, wow. Mason's in full jackknife position there. Sherbet is in standard bagel mode there. Thanks for that. I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun. Especially when they explode. Best form of entertainment is seeing what happens when the invention goes wrong. You have to imagine that there is a strong gambling industry built up around this sort of scientific exhibition. You know, this really reckless, do whatever you want kind of exhibition. Like, you could view each exhibition as like a boxing match or like a horse race or something like that. But instead of betting on a participant to win or not, you bet on the survival of the machine, the operator, and the bystanders. So it's like a multi-part bet, you know. Kind of like lotto numbers, I suppose. Get all three, you win big. Might be fun to you, but a member of the Force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, huh? Hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job. You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry. Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas, if any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientists get funding? Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, huh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now. Can't ya? Hang science. Hang it. Oh, maybe I can see your point. Apparently, Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany, but now conducting his research. Okay. Lives there now conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at the university with someone we both know. Lord Von Zieks. Yeah, what's that? That's news to me. But if Von Zieks mans the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Stuffs fish in pocket. Talking of Von Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, right. Glad to hear it. So genuine. Such concern. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Usman. I say Usman, regardless of the A, because his first name is Odie. So Odie Usman. Odious man. I still like that one. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Barak von Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Von Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands, if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Von Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery, after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Von Zeeks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? Long pause, no clue. Ah, yeah, not suspicious there. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, huh? Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please, spare a thought for your digestion. He is a bottomless pit, isn't he? I mean, it helps that he has an infinite fish and chips cone, but still. He really must have a metabolism like a blast furnace. Because otherwise, I mean, the man would have ruptured by now. Is it in Life of Brian the just one little mint? It's just a little mint, you know? It keeps going like that. He's going to be nothing more than a head on a exposed rib cage full of potatoes and fish. Anyway, do you think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly, the annoying, obstructive, flamin' rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A. It is? Oh yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes, I understand. Sorry. Only touched it a teeny-weeny bit. But Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious. Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. But Runo found it first. I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. There we go. Actually confirming the threat that Gregson is afraid of. That the person who authors the fiction that makes him famous is holding that over his head, that his fortune could change at any time. Poor Gregsy. Right. Are you done here, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. Isn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, it is about time you were leaving. There are a lot... That lot are here now. That lot? The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too. Oh dear. Poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up. I mean, the man is relatively trim for how fast he can gulp down fish and chips, let alone how he can just pour that tea straight down his throat. I mean, we can presume that the thermos doesn't keep it, like, scalding hot or anything like that, but still. Gotta be some sort of wormhole or something like that in his throat. Or just the biggest colony of tapeworms ever. Like, the man's actually, like, skeletal underneath that coat. Just wasting away, but the rest of his body is so packed with tapeworms that you can't tell from the outside. His skin has got a wriggle. This horrifying image brought to you by the streamer. That hits the spot. Yep, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. a lot of horror movies based around body horror are... I mean, in general, the genre is very hit or miss. A lot of times they go for the really overt, gross stuff. Your human centipedes and the like. I've seen a couple that get close. Can't recall which ones. I know I've seen a couple of good ones. But it's those good examples that make me like the genre. I've done D&D campaigns that have recurring villains that are centered around that. What you doing, Mason? Doing a little... Mason's doing that little teeth chattery chirp, but... I mean, there's nothing to see where he's sitting. Ever see cats do that? It's kind of a... It's like a very soft clicking sound. And it looks like they're... You know, it'll be mouth open kind of chattering. That's usually... Often that's when they're watching something that they really, really want to kill. Like a nearby bird or something like that, you know? I recall that's kind of a... That's like an excited sound. Looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigations here, at least. I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he? Mightn't. About what? About Mr. Reaper. About what happened to Lord Von Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Madame Tusples? Here, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tusples. Or Tuspels? Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yes. How is it that you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno. So clearly I'm going to tell you right away. Madame Tusples? I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... Stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Is that gigantic thing over there? It's like an enormous water wheel. That's a Ferris wheel. There will be people riding inside those little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. No, it very much doesn't. It is very clearly moving. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. Not at that speed. Well, no, that's got to be like 5 minutes, 10 tops. Is this white one up here has made almost a quarter rotation already. Can't go claiming rates of movement without demonstrating it properly, game. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Rumor. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Bruno? I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu Master Ninjas. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh, well that's dull. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a John Maggie top knot I could introduce you to. No, he doesn't have one anymore. You saw him lose it at the end of your first trial, and then he shaved any hope of anything later off out of sight of you. John Mage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. An amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. Though he didn't know at the time. The judge knew. But I don't know if Ouchie is ever going to find out that it was I can't remember her name now. But he may never find out. Though it would be excellent if he did. The man merits additional suffering. Suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Bruno. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. What do you think beaming is? It's a very special form of shoot. Just you're not launching you're not launching some sort of, clunky projectile out of it. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? So those are people-carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. but I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo. Please? If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh, well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. Flip. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. I mean, I feel like that's a true statement for pretty much everything when you're describing safety. A microwave oven is entirely safe for cooking, as long as it doesn't explode. A refrigerator is a perfectly safe place to store food, as long as it doesn't explode. A pencil is an excellent way to take notes, as long as it doesn't explode. See, works for everything. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Scanning. Oh, exactly, casemate. You can do kind of the inverse with that as well. You know, this weapon or explosive device is perfectly safe as long as it doesn't explode, you know? For those of you that know of the Christmas Story, you know, a BB gun is an excellent toy as long as you don't put your eye out. Nine times out of 10, clues turn out to be red herrings, so there's every chance that's totally irrelevant. It's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Oh, no, he doesn't care about any of that. Fine. Museum of Waxworks. Ooh. It's one of those creepy things, you know? What is this place? Look at these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Runo? Shocked? Please don't touch statues. Statues available. Please inquire. Inquire. Wax models? Scream. I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called adiposary. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Internet? A grayish waxy substance formed by the decomposition of soft tissue in dead bodies subjected to moisture. Also known as corpse wax, grave wax, or mortuary wax. Huh. Anyway, adiposary. Scream! What now? I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. There's Sholmes. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh no, I must be seeing things. We'll get to that in a minute. It's... Oh, no. I thought I was clicking on the sign. The great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Runo, you can kick this Hurley, and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. As he's flinching in the background. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either. Iris, give it another kick. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork. Longer pause. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing. My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick, could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me. So apparently she wound up and gave him a really hard boot. Not just like a nudge at the shin or something, you know? But Runo has something he needs to ask you. Ah, a question? And I thought you'd probably be getting bored, too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, do you? Nobody would care if you were lost. He could know something, it's true, about Lord Von Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. And now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. Twisty. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? What is this place? Madame Tuspel's... Seems like it's... I think it's Tuspel's, but... Came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan, too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made for actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspel's family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. That sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. Just one of several legends around the Tuspel's family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway... This museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. It's not inaccurate. So the hideous exhibits in here they're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. I have the ravenous iris to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Von Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust? And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. About Lord Von Zeeks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Von Zeeks such a different person. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot. What you believed it was related to and that you believed that it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable... Greetings. Okay, it is to spells. Where did she appear from? What's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. My apologies. I am Esmeralda to Spells. This is my Museum of Waxwork. You're the Madam to Spells? I don't know. It's like, bien, sir, you know? Though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madam in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'd be Mr. Sholmes, then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. Okay. As far as threats of violence that we have seen in these games, Cauldron of Boiling Wax to be thrown, I think wins the top marks. Like, Francisca has been left in the dust by this. No amount of whipping would beat this. I mean, it's glowing molten. She sounds deadly serious. I mean, that's an accurate way to put it. At least it's deadly, that's to be sure. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Von Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but I'm so curious. I want to know what's happened here. Happening. Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I'm a third generation of wax... I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh. Golly gee. And Willikers, perhaps. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeliness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. Laugh. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. The hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence. Excellence, par excellence. One must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry. This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. You know, start with the singers and musicians, and slowly ramp up through the politicians so that you get some horror-adjacent stuff before proceeding into the horror. What's the situation with that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model? He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. What sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Ah, naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. I can't quite tell what these little papers she has here are supposed to be. It might be meant to be like money, like bills, you know, currency. But it's a bit obscured on the screen here. But there's like a little red letter there. So maybe this is the equivalent of like sealing paper, you know? Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services. For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Or words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Another thing I like is that a lot of the characters have their own theme now. I wonder, could I ask you something? I do not know. Let's assume. Sure, whatever. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah. There you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tispel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our idea about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you might employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? If not, scalding wax. Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tuspel's special exhibit. There is an extra charge, you see. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer, then, I presume. But would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Ah. That's absolutely no. Absolutely not. There is nothing amiss behind there. Pay no attention to the man prone behind the curtain. Nothing amiss, madam? What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Ah. I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel's special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, that is either a waxwork or the prone body of one of the first jury foremen. Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Well, well, then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. Huh? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Scream. She looks as pale as candle wax. That's a really variable statement there. Kind of like white as a sheet, you know? They are statements from time periods where it has specific connotations, but that prior to and after those time periods, the statement loses accuracy. So, like, candle wax could be a lot of different colors, except white, prior to that, given the variable nature of some of the stuff it was made of. Then, after, we started to have decorative candles, where, you know, they are dyed and the like. So, you know, white as candle wax becomes increasingly unlikely. Just like white as a sheet. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, As you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Here we go. Waxwork's fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes. Okay, they are banknotes. Protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Dispels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer the centerpiece of your special exhibit for the sum of 200 pounds. No. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. Ha ha. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Sold for cash. Waxwork location. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him, with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale signs that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence? A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not. Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Pause. Pause. Threatening pause. I see I've stunned you all into silence. Yup. You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ottermole. Sorry. It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So, it is quite a lot, then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down? The bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. That really is an unconventional weapon for a threat, don't you think? I mean, a relatively terrifying one when you come down to it. I'll beat you up is a lot less threatening than I will melt the skin off of the entirety of the front of your body. Smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris. Is that all right? To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions? Flip. Of course it's all right. We'll soon set things straight. Let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger. Flip. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective in temporary exhibit at work. Course correction. Ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in the museum. Answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by this public notice. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for 200 pounds. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway... I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow the furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that would explain it. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? With a gigantic needle. It's even got the little ball end on it. Maybe it's a wax-working implement? Because it looks like a piece of rebar with a bubble on the end. Seems much more for stabbing than for working. Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on the 23rd of October. Huh? This is just like some sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. It's a ransom note. Exactly.
Take that!
Spin, spin. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. Scream. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary, then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. And let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock. cause of which is clearly known to you. Aha. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tispel's trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. This is just Madame Tispel's right hand, isn't it? It must be. I can clearly see her left hand, after all. But wait a minute. This is a left hand as well. Look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. Phrasing. You mean it's made of wax?
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that, in fact, it's a left hand. Ah. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Scream. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch off a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. I mean, a concussion is a learning experience. Assuming you come through it alive. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity. Yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded at Scotland Yard, that Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholm's deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Ah, well, that settles that then. Right. This isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course. That ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
They tend not to be, like, terribly tricky, but it's still fun looking around the scene and finding those other variables. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. I like how after being corrected, he turns the light off over Naruhodo. Very much a, enough of that gesture. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally. What other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him, with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Ah, but you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, too. Observe. The telltale signs that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Caradub's delightful lodgings, in fact. Oh, that's right, it was a threepence piece. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman, Ottermole? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if there's another idea crops up. Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy. He seems to be fast asleep, though. He's not tapping his foot consciously, then. So you mean... Must be a twitch. Never mind that. The point is, waxworks don't tap their feet. Or twitch. And look at this, at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we?
Take that!
I suspect the price tag is how much he paid for the scarf. Telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. I mean, you could. You'd have to conceal the joints and mechanisms a lot more carefully, but long pants and shoes would help a lot with that. Then you just need, like, something in the floor that could oscillate, you know? In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tispels? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm? Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? The secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such a criminal activity happening here. And as you deduced from the very beginning, Detective, so it would seem that we finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Still a mystery. I love the little twirly dance they do during those. Lots of fun. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted? Yes, tragically it was. And I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose? Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Barock von Zeeks graduated from university, in fact. Huh? Surely he's not saying. So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life. As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor, then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happened to be absent at present, on account of the abduction, he happens. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord von Zeeks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. I wonder if that's the person in the portrait in von Zeek's room. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... wait, of course. What Professor Harebrain said. Lord von Zeeks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint von Zeeks. No, I don't believe it. Von Zeeks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barock pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord von Zeeks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure, thank you. It's hard to tell how much of Sholm's wonky deductions is for the benefit of Naruhodo. Because I can't imagine if that's his accuracy that he would solve anything. Especially how serious he gets on particular cases. And seems to be to know when you're about to ask about something that he doesn't like, or when you're looking for something before you even ask about it, kind of thing. So it's if it's arrogance, it's potentially earned arrogance. You know, it's hard to tell. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Oh, yeah, yeah. Got a real vendetta vibe, you know? A wide-angle vendetta. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak. His motions are so hard-edged. Like, his arm snapped up to his head. Very little intervening animation. And now when he's scratching his head, his upper arm is perfectly still, and his forearm there is moving only at the elbow. It's got a articulated marionette kind of vibe to it. Very mechanical. I approve. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Osman. Osman. It's hard to remember that when you're just, you know, dry reading everything. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting as my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. Just a little swoosh noise when he moves, too. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really? What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interest at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Hey, there we go. Let's see. We've got time. Let's continue. There will be inevitably some dramatic moment or a court recess that we can stop at. Surely. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Thanks for the reminder, casemate. I have not. Throat was getting dry. Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. You know, Hairbrain works on a couple of levels. So, the flaky scientist kind of vibe. But additionally, the shape of the hair. Like the arrangement of it on his head and how wobbly it is could give that impression of like a brain on his head too. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. As that vibe too, casemate. A sack of oranges, like you said. Get kind of like a chin strap going and it could still wobble around. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you? Herlock Sholmes. Indeed, sir. I am he. Herlock Sholmes. I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Ah, yes. Ranst magazine is on sale in Germany, too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in The Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the Speckled Band. Ah, well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Tussbell's. You mean your waxwork job? You know, it just struck me. I haven't had to reset the camera. I wonder if that was to do with the vitamins program. The one I was using until recently for model tracking. It's an intermediary between VTube Studio on the phone and on the PC. I wonder if something with the way it was working, the way it was communicating to the phone, was causing that app to crash. Interesting thought. No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madam has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be easy as proverbial pie. Could go for some pie. I shall return forthwith. Flip. For until I resolve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? Yep. I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Huh. Man. Another way of looking at his name is Hairbrain. Just like how Natsume referred to Herlock as Hairlock Sholmes. So, Hairbrain. Mr. Brain. Why, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. He really needs it to be true. It's important to him. Otherwise, you know, what has been the culmination of his life's work is not only a sham, but a deadly one. Might be a little damaging to his aspirations, let alone his soul. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, Bunnybrain, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact succeeded? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Twirly bow. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Ah, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. Exactly, casemate. You just have to trudge through the gray morass that is life. It's quite literally a death march, you know. Ah, that sounds ominous. Both in context of the game and the conversation we're having. Ah. Counsel for the defense and the defendant, court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. I found the trick, casemate, is to recalibrate targets. You know, hopes and dreams can be crushed by circumstance, but that might just mean you need to aim lower. And perhaps much lower. And then eventually you can succeed and try to get your feet under you again. Even if it's just day-to-day stuff. Yep. Find some other reason to keep on, you know. Experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Oh, we've got some new jurors again. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Von Zeke's in vampire mode again. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without there we go, Susato. Without Susato today. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odious Man. Mr. Usman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court, prosecuted by you, Lord Von Zeeks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed to the sound of it. Now, these powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Usman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution, I mean, one way to look at the machine that uses super high voltage exploding like that would be a Zeus-level smiting. Not only did you involve a known criminal out in the open like that, but you built a device to call down the lightning in a way. You were quite literally asking for it. But the fact remains that Mr. Usman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Wow. That man is angular. Looks like he's got a top hat and a matching cylindrical head. Look at that jawline. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. Oh wow, somebody said it. It sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. Why are you carrying that, That one's a flask, isn't it? I think the round ones are beakers. There's a very, very classically old school scholar, you know? Well, that's full-on Looney Tunes going on there. Like having the chattering of the teeth followed by the carriage return ding. It seems like half of the corn is a line feed. We have to listen to what's said on both sides the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Well, hello, Sherbet. Hello. Sherbet has discovered the little self-grooming pad there. I might have to try using the little catnip tubes that are on the edges of it. See if I can lure them to it. Oh, hey, it's the sleepy police officer from earlier. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. He has pulled a gun. I mean, that's a common problem, getting corn bits in your teeth, eating corn on the cob that way. But the construction and texture of her teeth makes me believe that probably wouldn't be a problem. Like, there didn't seem to be a lot of, like, grooves and whatnot, so it almost looked like mechanical shears, you know? As if even more so than 3D models normally are, that those lines are just painted on. Unident, as it were. The police killer Ottermole look-alike, again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Gavel. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all of London, no, the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord von Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. Technology! One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord. Yeah, it is a mouthful, Judge. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity. There's a ... there, but I feel like, given what we've seen, that is apt. Like, it does what it says on the tin. It rips them apart and propels the body somewhere else. Fast. Or it propels the body somewhere else and then rips them apart. Perhaps by means of a super high voltage propulsion mechanism. I still say death by railgun. All that arrived on the other side was a metal cage full of a ball of goop inside of a man's suit. Ever see a movie called Galaxy Quest, where there is an alien species that had been picking up broadcasts of the equivalent of the original Star Trek? And because their species had, like, in their own society, had no grasp of lying, of not telling and observing the absolute truth, that they considered them documentaries from another world. And they were such fans of it that they created technology to mirror it. They built a ship that worked the way the ship in the series worked. One of the things was a teleport system that rendered the subject into cubes and then reconstructed them on the other side through means of a really wonky, like, dual analog handle kind of targeting system. And the first time the actor that played the engineer that used the teleporter tried to use it, they beamed up some alien creature. And it arrived inside out and then burst apart. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this. Oh, it was inside out, and then it exploded. And beamed them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. You sit down and be quiet, juror number 2. That's enough out of you. Ha, the whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Based on what Sholmes and Iris have said, that is true. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? an expert in your field. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Huh? What rot. Why is he doing chemistry while in the jury box? Gavel, gavel, gavel. The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Usman's life. In order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But, thump. This disastrous demonstration was no accident. Point. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Gavel. Thank you, Lord von Zeeks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. And before we do that, I'm going to step away for just a moment. Be right back. And back in we go. Gladly, my lord. Tape's coming off right away. Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand. First witness is plural. Witness, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Oh, wow. Rapid fire stance change. Albert Harebrain, scientist. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went on to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, all right. An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. Science! The instantaneous kinesis worked. That's instant movement. Still. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Yeah. Narrow chest wound. He got crossbowed. So it's taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. Yeah, it's disappointing. He did not explode. I am definitely disappointed. Oh, and that's a wooden framework that he was in. So Harebrain himself did not witness the transition from in-machine to in the Crystal Tower. So we still have the opportunity to see this thing act as some sort of like cannon that lobbed him over there. But it still looks like he got shot. Gore and jibs are important. I mean, if you're gonna have a grisly death, then you gotta dial that all the way up. None of these half-measured, body sliced up and tossed in the fridge nonsense. It's gotta be all over the place. Texture coat the walls, Get that popcorn ceiling going. This was taken inside the Grizzly Tower. Haha. Inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Usman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment in the demonstration itself. Beverage. Something real quick. Thought so. What going on? Testing. There we go. Okay. I don't know how my voice was broadcasting previously. But it might have just crashed. But that's still weird. Might have been some lingering effect of NVIDIA broadcast, but let's test something here. Okay, that's working. Noise cancellation. I may ultimately put an extra layer on it in OBS to dodge that, but I don't know. Let's see, so to summarize the situation. The defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine. My poor, splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? I can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? Makes you wonder how it ultimately played out. Because you have the scorched screwdriver with an A handle jammed into the grill of the machine. We don't know where it came from or where it originally was, but that might indicate sabotage. And then the fact that the guy looks like he's been shot, and shot in a way that implies that he was bleeding while vertical, since it didn't, like, blossom out wider and only went down his chest. So perhaps he was shot while under cover of a splody. But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. Huh? How can he possibly think that? Gavel. Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No. That couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. At the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended, Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. Autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Usman. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. So, I'm gonna guess they're gonna put forward the screwdriver as the thing that stabbed him. But, the crossbow that we removed from the scene is probably going to be involved. I was there, I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Usman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. So given that the crossbow was... It said it was behind a tree, despite it being wide out in the open when we found it. One thought is that the killer in that scenario was either down in the ground behind that tree, or was perhaps up in the Crystal Tower and fired from there and then tossed the crossbow down there. Hard to say. Very well, counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. Schmack. It's been a while. Corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Ah. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. Although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Now, do they have a witness to that effect? Or is this speculation based on what was noticed? Like, the aftermath? Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster? Made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam. So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself? Personally? Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anybody but me to carry out. Yeah, weird. My sound canceling is NVIDIA Broadcast on the game PC, where the microphone is hooked to. It is then routed over to the streaming PC. But NVIDIA Broadcast does occasionally crash, but usually it results in no sound coming through. But it looks like Voicemeeter, the sound mixing software that I use, was malfunctioning. Because it still sent the sound over despite the fact that the intermediary wasn't there. So I think it was on a couple levels. Because as far as Voicemeeter was concerned, no sound was coming through broadcast. But it still routed it over to the other Voicemeeter, which is weird. So very strange. Anyhow. Absolutely, the calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only, you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, and ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Usman was wearing at the time, I suppose? Ah. Crackling comments. The answer should have been 3. So much for safety first. 3 must be for safety third. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here you go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2 right. Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips, if you don't keep butting in every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless... He said it! The game acknowledged it. Bottomless bag of chips. Victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that it was the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it?
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Appear to be some sort of screwdriver. Ah, there he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew. Andrew, of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead. It would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on its shank. On his shank. That isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. No. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? I think we may have our crossbow bolt. But we can't be sure yet. Gavel, gavel. The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Professor Hairbrain's trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew. Let's take a look. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill of the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make note of it. This is blood. Mr. Usman's, no doubt. Now, another possibility is, again, that he was shot with something else that was removed once he was on the other side. And that... no, the blood would unlikely to be pooled, because the blood trail, or the blood stain on the shirt does not reveal anything other than the trail down. Even if it were to, spurt out somehow with a puncture wound like that on impact, you wouldn't think it would be enough to puddle it exactly on the screwdriver's shaft like that. Problem with looking at murder weapons. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools was the murder weapon? Great. The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow was the only one who could have done it.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage, in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Usman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. We know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. We also haven't accounted for the scorched, rubberized canvas. In other words, someone else on the stage with the victim. Only someone else on the stage with the victim could possibly have done it.
Excuse me.
Thump. Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor. Sorry. Such erratic movement out of this guy. Like, the sound effect, the little whoosh sound effect, could easily be replaced with, like, a whip crack. And it would still fit very well, I think. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Aha. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, huh? I don't know, but there's no way I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Usman, as you say. Eh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals, with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. If it were stabbed in and then removed, it was a wound over the heart, so you might get a bit of spray. But only if it was removed there. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. True, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Gavel. Oh, we're busting out the wine. I do like that we confirmed that he has an entire shelf full of those hallowed chalices. And several bottles of wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Tell me, Internet. Okay. Adducing means citing something as evidence. Wonder if there's meant to be a root with, or it's meant to be a prefix suffix with the deuce part. So deduce and adduce. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barock. But I'm really not a patch on you. 1. No, you're not. No. You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have. A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Point. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Referencing back to the tutorial trial of this one, the idea that the screwdriver was left in the wound. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. That's all the testimony I have to work with. We'll be able to challenge it with the screwdriver since it was found in the grill of the machine. So it couldn't have been in the body when it was beamed. No idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Von Zieks keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much information as possible. Put down our save, because I'm not certain, but I think this is present the screwdriver.
Objection.
Yeah. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. Allegedly. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yep, referencing that first case. Like, definitely giving it a nod. The first case of Game 2. Yes, but about this screwdriver, the thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. Huh? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Ah, well, now that you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool was still in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been on the stage. Ah. Thump. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Usman. Point. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Scream. Gavel. How do you explain this, Inspector? It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. Thump. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Pause. Lord Von Zieks is stumped. As an unknown voice up until now. Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. Well done, sir. Huh? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Usman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. why is that? Two. It would seem your illusions have been shattered, just like this man's skull behind me. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Yeah, he's brilliant, all right. Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Defendant's ego tripping him up. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Okay, that would explain the wood cage. Mr. Usman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Well done, that man. Yep, even the, oh, his glasses. And the buttons. Can't tell the texture of the buttons, but the glasses are definitely metal. Like the bridge and the little hangy dealy. Pause. Pause. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No, no, no. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Thump. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, I think we're gonna jump right to this one. I'm gonna see if it'll just let me present right here.
Objection.
Yep. His glasses. You say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to take a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Yeah, this could be wood. The button on his coat could be wood. But the glasses are definitely metal. You can clearly see that Mr. Usman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't. That's not... metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome... thump. It should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Scream! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. His hair is so jiggly. Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. That's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, Great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it, in front of us all? In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never. That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, huh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Save the game.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so. Even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. Thump. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. Point. For the research grant money. Huh? If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. Ooh, are. You could have a... You could live handsome on that much for years. The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Oh no, I haven't deceived anyone. At least all the government. Least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
I mean... Yeah, they've already asserted it worked. He teleported the dude. But which is a basis for how it went down. That he was teleported up too high and then fell down and impacted the window from a high position. The fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Point. Which means that the experiment was a success. Ah, Perrock. And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Perrock. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Von Zieks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no pastiche. Internet. Processing. Very, very, very wiggly symbols in use here. Of which I'm having trouble finding. I mean, it looks like that's pronounced pastille. So this was no fake or sham. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now. Convenient. During which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. Elaborate bow. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned. For 20 minutes. To be continued. Save real quick here. All right. That's a good stopping point. We got to a to be continued in the midst of a trial. Little recess there. Not what I was expecting. The assertion is still in place that it actually went down how they say it went down. As in, the experiment worked, and thus he was transported up into the air, and then the capsule fell down onto the surface and broke his neck. But there are still a lot of things that are unexplained here. And we already have an observation that it can transport metal. So if he was stabbed with the screwdriver and there was no blood found on the stage, then the screwdriver would have transported. I'm wondering what the witnesses are going to say they saw. And if it will contradict the assertion. Yeah, I mean, the order of events that they're presenting, that in order for him to have stabbed him there, and for the screwdriver to be found bloodied on the stage, implies that things went down differently. Things would have had to go down differently. There would have been... if he was stabbed there and the screwdriver fell out, there should have been blood on the stage. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was stabbed with some of the glass that broke and that it fell out of his wound, but they didn't note any, bloody glass or anything. But even with that wooden cage around him, if he smashed into that glass, there's a decent chance the cage or he would be sliced up a lot more than it was shown. It will be interesting. The canvas with the rubberized layer, I wonder if... they've mentioned the balloons multiple times. I wonder if a balloon is somehow involved in this. Because we have the small fire in the observation area. We have the canvas with the rubber backing that is scorched by fire. So I have to wonder if we're going to get some sort of Rube Goldberg thing, you know? I mean, so far, the only thing that's been kind of lame in this one is there are times when it's clear that the prosecutor and their witnesses are presenting very flimsy evidence, and the jury is like, that is absolute gospel truth. We are all on board with that. We will not question it at all. Guilty time. And then it gets turned around, but that can be kind of irritating when you're watching it. It's not as bad as the very end in Danganronpa, where they kept asserting dramatic twists that didn't change a thing. A witch hunt is a good way to describe it, Casemate. It's very clear that the jurors are biased and that the prosecution is hell-bent on a conviction using very questionable means. Like, they can present liars and like hidden evidence whenever they want. So Naruhodo calls out that your evidence is flawed, your witness testimony is flawed, and then this is just like Phoenix Wright, and then suddenly they're like, okay, I admit this is critically flawed, but I have additional evidence that changes my story, but still points to guilt. It's, wait, I show that the way that you claimed that it happened wasn't possible, and now you're saying, okay, that was a lie, here's a different way. Yes, I agree, Casemate. The use of the jury and the old-timey setting makes a big difference for the plausibility of the jurors' behavior. The irritation with how they behave is more a matter of frustration, like frustration with faith in humanity being confirmed, as in the lack of faith in humanity is being confirmed. It definitely an irritant, you know. But still, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I feel like the mysteries are legitimately twisty. Like, I never would have seen the knife thrown from the window of the Garadeb household, ricocheting off the casement window and falling down and hitting Miss Green on the back. Let alone, and for them to set it up to be plausible by the end of it, that it makes sense that that's how it went down. The same way with like, we knew that gas was involved. Like, it was definitely going to be gas involved in the previous trial that we just went through. The Clouded Kokoro Revisited or something, memoir. But how it played out, like where the poison came from, the series of events that led to it, and why, that was really unexpected as it played out. So that was fun. And I like that. It doesn't have to be some ridiculous puzzle that you're expected to piece together yourself blind. I do like that this is interactive fiction, not a visual novel, and not like Myst, you know? But yeah, tomorrow we're going to pick back up here. I haven't set up the schedule for next week. So more on that Sunday, or just it will be announced on Monday. But I feel like I want to play some different games this coming week. Get a bit of a breather in before we resume again. So might play some puzzle games. There's that So You Want Those Games game that was released on Steam. It is kind of like an amalgamation of all those different fake cell phone game ads. Like, pull the pin, do math kind of games that aren't in the thing that they're showing. Or if they are, it's just like absolutely minimal. Yeah, it might just be a puzzle day. I don't know how many times I'll play them, but it'll be at least once. We shall see. But yeah. Yeah, EDF again could be fun. Yeah, I think just miscellaneous stuff next week, though. Try some various things. Yeah. Well, if you'd like to the thing that frustrates me about those ads, the games shown in those ads, is that they always show stupidly simple examples, and the person navigating them only fails because they take absolutely the wrong path every single time. So there's no like tricky thought in it. It's, would you like +2 or ×10? Oh, +2. And the reason that they're doing that is to invoke frustration. There is a normal human reaction to that kind of thing, that is, if somebody sees something that they know how to do and they see somebody completely failing to do it, there is a propensity to show somebody how to do it, to show them that you can do it. And that's what those ads are doing. They're essentially showing you a moron, and underneath that they're saying, you're not a moron, are you? You could do this, right? And that works. Alternately, somebody sees one of those games and is like, hey, I wouldn't mind doing that. That seems like a good way to waste time, and that gets them to download the game, and their hope is, when it turns out that that was fake, that the person's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just play this other thing instead. And they inevitably burn a lot of money on like gotchas, So the idea of finding something with those games actually existing and seeing how they executed, that could be cool. We've got things like EDF. We could revisit I'm on Observation Duty. We hadn't cleared all of the 4th one or even played the 5th one. Got that. Else. I mean, I could always fall back to my nonograms. I can just trance out doing those. But yeah, we will find some stuff to play. So yeah, if you'd like to make any suggestions on what to play, you can swing by the Discord. I have a game suggestion forum. All you got to do is follow the link that's on the link tree to the Discord, and then let me know you're there, and who you are on like YouTube or something like that, so that I can identify and get you permissions. That'll give you access to that suggestion forum, as well as just various chat boards, image boards. We have one for pet pictures too. So again, feel free to swing on by that if you do have a suggestion. Otherwise, like I said, we will be putting that schedule together probably Monday, maybe Sunday night. And yeah. So I hope everybody had fun tonight, and I hope to see you tomorrow when we pick up where we're leaving off in Great Ace Attorney. Have a good night, everyone.